Public Financing Authority of June 6, 2023, to order, occurring both in person and via Zoom. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll call.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua.
Are you doing it for me? It's you. Oh.
Here. Councilmember Leanne.
Here.
Councilmember Fan. Mayor Montano.
And I am here. And just for the record, Councilmember Barbadillo did say he was here. I didn't have the mic on, sorry about that. Okay, so before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Mottola Pasi, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. Today you have one closed session item. It is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Your agency designated representative is Nick Raish from Human Resources. He's the director. The bargaining units will be LIUNA and UPEC on behalf of ProTech, MEA, MidCon, IAFF, and MPOA.
Thank you, Michael. Call for public comment on closed session item. Anyone from the public? Is there anyone from Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, great. Thank you. So now we will adjourn to closed session.
this. Smart. Oh, God. Michaels. Giving them all these presentations, should I put it under their
It is now 7:05. We will come. So we will come back to order and I will report out from closed session. So right now, Motula Posse, would you please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. At this time, there's nothing to report out from closed session.
Thank you for that. And before we move on to the remainder of the agenda, I'd like to have a moment of silence for the victims of the killing spree in Milpitas and San Jose on Thursday, June 1st, 2023. And I will say the names. Jiwanjat Dari Wall of Milpitas, who's age 26. Nguyen Pham of San Jose, age 72. Phuc Pham of San Jose, age 71. We will lead moment of silence. Thank you. May God bless them and their families. And now we will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, which everyone stand, please. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And invocation, we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. We pray to give our city, state, and national leaders with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Grant them favors, increase their faith, and prepare them to pursue your excellence. Draw them to you to fulfill your purpose. Finally, guide our city leaders to keep our residents, properties, businesses safe. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And now it's time for presentations. I will go down and the podium. Okay, we have this month is Park and Recreation Month. So July is National Parks and Recreation Month. Parks, recreation, and community services programs are an integral part of our community and are vitally important to its quality of life. They ensure the health of our citizens and enrich the community through lifelong learning. Health and wellness, community involvement, and recreational activities. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Milpitas. And we would like to have Director Renee Lawrence to accept this proclamation. If would you actually say a few words, come on up.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I want to introduce Rondi Murray. She is the Director of the Executive PAL Board to say a few words. She's one of our super users, we like to call them.
Good evening, everyone. What an honor to be called up here. And I am so excited about all the parks we have in Milpitas. I believe we have 36. And with PAL, we have football and cheerleading. We have rugby, softball, junior giants, which is baseball, and we have soccer. And all year long, we're able to use all our parks and fields. And we're just so honored to have that available to us. So thank you.
I'd like to call the city council to come down so we can take a photo together. Let's stay here so that way we can do the next one. And now it is Telugu Pride Day, one of the 6 classical languages designated by Indian government. Telugu is one of the most historic and longest surviving ethnic languages, dating back as early as the 10th century BCE. With their growing Bay Area population, we celebrate the rich culture and heritage of Telugu speakers. Join me, Carmen Montano, Mayor of the City of Milpitas, and the City Council in proclaiming June 6, 2023 as Telugu Pride Day in the City of Milpitas. Come on up. Come on up, Anu and Ramesh. Would you like to say something first?
Mr. Koganti, you want to say
something
something?
first?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vijaya Asuri. We represent 2 largest Telugu organizations, Bay Area Telugu Association and Telugu Association of North America, one of the largest national organization, I would say, amongst in the entire world. And Milpitas is a hometown for us. It's a home away from home. We have been hosting events in Milpitas in various locations for the last 30 years, Honorable Mayor. And it's always a great pleasure and honor to receive this award from you. And just to say a couple of words about what the Telugu Pride is. We are celebrating the 100th birthday celebration of one of a prominent leader from the Telugu states who fought single-handedly to bring pride to the language. Prior to that, we have 5 southern states. So they would generalize everyone and say, oh, South Indian state. That's it. We never had an identity. And this gentleman, he is in fact a very popular movie actor. And just like our actors here, he turned into a very great politician. But his contribution to the language and to the word of self-respect and to bring Telugu to the limelight was very immense. And we are in fact very proud to celebrate his 100th birthday as well as to receive this honorable award on behalf of the entire Telugu community. And we are also very proud to have our Telugu representative in Milpitas board, Ms. Anu as well. And as a little feather in the cap, and even this year Oscars, the best song nominated is also from Telugu. That song Natu Natu is from the Telugu movie industry. So thank you once again for this great honor.
Dr. Kanda, you want to say a few words, please?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Montana and Vice Mayor Joe, and also council members and all the residents of the Milpitas. We are very honored to receive this recognition, Telugu Pride Day, and very thankful to the Milpitas City Council and the leadership. They're not only doing great work for the community, but also even like the communities like us, recognizing in front of everyone is a great honor and privilege to have this, the certificate and award. So we always support the council, and wherever we can help, we are behind them and with all the residents. And Vijay mentioned, we do several cultural events to promote unity, diversity, and also our tradition. So all are welcome to join us. And we always see mayor, vice mayor, and other council members there. So we're really thankful to all of them. Thank you so much.
Mr. Koganti, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and as well as mayor and council members here. Thank you very much for this honor for us. Telugu Pride for Sri N.T. Ramarao. His name is Sri N.T. Ramarao, was the leader that we are all talking about. His birthday is May 28th, actually. So this whole year we are making it as like 100 years of his birthday, centennial. So thank you very much for this honor again. We appreciate all the support from you guys as well for this honor. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, the Council members, Mayor and Vice Mayor, and the residents of Milpitas. It's a great honor to receive a commendation and a proclamation for the Telugu state as a Pride Day today, as June 6th. I have been born and brought up in the same state from back home in India. So I did receive a bunch of awards and commendation from Sri NTR, the Nandamuri Tarak Ramarao ji, who is the legendary figure and a great personality for all of us to look forward to. So, and it's a historic moment for me for being here to be able to receive as a Heritage Day, as a Pride Day, and it's totally my privilege. Thank you for this honor, and we truly, truly appreciate it. To the city of Milpitas, appreciate it. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Deputy. Yay.
Thank you so much for coming here. Okay, we're coming back to order now. Now let's move on to public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. So call for speakers on the console. Anybody would like to, anything to add on the agenda? Seeing none, anyone from the public that would like to come say? Let's have Mr. Abetia. Mr. Abetia?
Mayor, we have 3 cards.
I'll call Mr. Abetia first.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Abetia, and I'm the president of the Samuel R. High School Alumni Association. We came here tonight to thank you for your support over the past couple of years and tell you a little bit about our picnic. Our picnic is for all the alumni from Samuel R. High School from the classes of 1958 through 1981. It's going to be held this year at Murphy Park on Saturday, September 16th. And it's going to be held from noon to 6, and we invite all of you to come and see us. We have alumni from all over the United States that come to the Milpitas for this picnic, and they stay here for the weekend. They stay in hotels. They spend money at the restaurants in all over the community. And some come even from throughout the world, from European and Asian countries. On Friday, our weekend begins before the picnic. We're going to have a 2 p.m. tour of the new Innovation Campus being put on by the Milpitas Unified School District. That's for all of our alumni. And then at 5 p.m., we have a no-host get-together at Straw Hat Pizza on Calaveras Boulevard. And then the class of 73 will be having their 50th reunion at Embassy Suites. Someone up on the dais, I believe, is from the class of 73. Saturday, the picnic is from, like I said, noon to 6. But through the graciousness of the Milpitas Recreation Department, we're also going to be hosting a 2-hour window where our alumni is going to be able to register to go on the tours of the new Alviso Adobe. So it'll be interesting, I think, for Renee was just mentioning that, you know, how many of us that grew up here saw that building up there on the hill and really never knew what it was. And so it'll be interesting for them to be able to see that. About 1:30 p.m. at the picnic, we're going to be awarding our very first high school scholarship. And it's going to go to a relative of a Samuel Air High School alumni. And it is aptly named to represent a leader from the education community, a civic leader of Milpitas and of his church also, but Joseph House. So we're going to be giving out the Joseph House Scholarship for the very first time this year. Then on Saturday evening, the class of 78 will have their 45th reunion at Bay Hill Golf and Country Club. Sunday, restaurants are filled in the morning with alumni that just want to spend that little bit more time together before they head back home. So once again, we invite you to join us at the park, and thank you very much for all of your support.
Thank you so much. And it's always a great pleasure to being there on September at the Samuel Air High School reunion. Just a little bit of tidbits here. I'm a graduate, well, I'm an alumni of Samuel Air High School and also Milpitas High School. And thank you for mentioning that Milpitas High School will have their graduation reunion this month, in a couple of weeks, and yours will be in September. So thank you so much. And I want to call up Rob Means. Come on up.
Thank you, Council. As you have probably heard in the news, things on the climate front are getting worse and worse and worse. In 2021, there were over $20 billion plus climate disasters, weather disasters. And we haven't escaped, we have smaller disasters, shall we say, here in Milpitas, like happening in my backyard with my fruit trees. I've got a nectarine tree that's been producing pretty well over the years. And then this year, it looked great about 2 months ago. And today I can only count about 3 nectarines left on it. That tree took a serious hit because of the weather that we've been having, the weather weirding that we've been having. Likewise, the plum tree was a really predictable producer. And then a couple of years ago, it just fell off a cliff. Last year it did okay, but again, this year, there's no fruits to speak of on that tree. And I'm attributing this to our global warming problem. And I think that all of us need to be taking it much more seriously than we've generally seen our government agencies. And I guess what I'm thinking is that here in Milpitas, we're actually privileged because we're in a much better financial position than other communities across the country. So for us to lag behind rather than forge ahead is just not reasonable given our circumstances. So I'm simply here to encourage all of us to do what we can, but especially at the city level. Yes, individuals like me can do various things in our personal lives, but the big difference comes when government takes action and makes a change in how everybody's going to be living their lives, like switching over to Silicon Valley clean energy. Anyway, I'll leave it at that and urge you to keep in mind the climate crisis that we are in right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Next, we will have Mr. Montemayor.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Yeah, I don't have anything right now, but I have to mention that we had a field trip, or we visited the parks Yesterday, I'm with the PRC also, and with the information given mostly by Renee Lawrence. Yeah, I've learned a lot. And during all days and up to now, I'm a friend of the people from India, maybe some of the Telugu state. So there are very, very nice people. I work for Hewlett Packard. I have friends there. For Toyota, I have friends there. And up to now, I have friends around. So it's good. The proclamation is a good timing. It's a good one. Thank you. And I was gonna touch, but we have the agenda on the. But I don't want to touch like on anyway. It's the fiscal year, but I think there were standstill last time, but I don't want to touch it. So it will get resolved soon, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tom Valora, did you have something to say? Come on up.
Good evening. Several weeks ago, I entered into a contract with a general contractor to do some work in my home. The purpose of the contract was to make my home more sustainable, doing this by virtue of removing a bathtub and putting in a zero threshold shower. I was told by the general contractor that he thought the permitting fee would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $500 or $600 for that. I was really shocked when I saw that the actual permit was $1,100, actually adding 10% to the cost of the job. The reason I'm up here is I'm sure there are many other seniors in Milpitas that have the problem of trying to make their home more sustainable and more usable as they get older. In fact, code today requires that all new homes constructed have at least one zero threshold shower in the home. And that's in attempting to make homes more sustainable so that as we age, we can remain in our homes. So I'm suggesting at this point that the city council review policy with regard to the cost of permits for the purpose of making homes more sustainable and see if you can't reduce the associated fees in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valora. I would like a recommendation to our city manager to look into that. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak from the public?
We have a hand raised in Zoom.
Okay, Zoom.
That's Matthew Tinsley.
Okay, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members and staff. My name is Matthew Tinsley. I'm Director of the Strong Start Initiative at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. The COVID pandemic has demonstrated that access to high-quality early care and education programs is essential for working families. Workers need a safe place for their young children in order to keep our economy moving. This is especially true for essential workers, caregivers who can't work from home, and many low-income families. Milpitas has lost 18 licensed family childcare providers serving almost 180 families during the pandemic. This reduces options for parents and increases barriers to workforce participation and economic recovery. It's essential that we consider early learning programs to be part of the community's vital infrastructure. There are specific actions that cities can take to support access to quality early learning programs. These include updating city policies and enforcement to reflect that childcare is a residential use of property, waiving all city fees and charges to register, open, and run a family childcare home, and including family childcare home providers in small business programs, supports, and grant opportunities. Please review the flyer I provided to the city clerk for additional information. The decisions that you make have direct impacts on the lives of children and families. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Is there anyone else from Zoom?
We have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone who came down to speak at public forum. And now moving on to the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have City Attorney Michael Mutalapasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each of the council members, whether he or she has any financial or personal conflicts of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
None.
None. None.
None.
And I am a none. Thank you.
Thank you. I also ask you, Mayor, and the members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the
Oops. Go ahead.
Received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Thank you.
There is none.
None. None.
None.
And I am a none. Thank you for that.
Let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Thank you. And now I will read the code of conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. And now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to make? If not, make a motion.
Seeing
Vice
none,
Mayor.
move to approve the agenda.
There a second? It was motioned by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Ban. Okay, now we're going for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
And I am an aye. Thank you for that. Okay, now the consent calendar. Ask if the consent calendar, is there anyone that would like anything pulled from the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull C6, please.
So C6 is pulled. Is there anyone else that would like to have an item pulled? I am pulling item 5. So far we have item C5 and C6 pulled from the consent calendar. And now I'm asking for consent. I want to see if the consent calendar is to proceed as agendized. So I will call for public comment. Anyone in the public would like to say anything about the consent calendar? Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom?
We have no hands raised.
Okay, so now we will have a motion to accept the consent calendar. And I see Vice Mayor Chua.
Move to approve consent calendar with the exception of C5 and C6.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Leon, and motion was made by Vice Mayor Chua. And now we will call for the vote.
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, I pressed it too soon. I'm sorry. Councilmember Anthony Fan has said aye, so it was an aye, I'm an aye, so it has approved unanimously. Thank you. And now we will have our consent. We will have the agenda item by our acting city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Montano. We have public hearing, item 15. Open the public hearing and adopt resolutions to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 operating budget for the city of Milpitas and the Milpitas Housing Authority. Approve the fiscal year 2023-24 GAN appropriations limit. Authorize various financial actions, fiscal policies, and budget guidelines. Amend the classification plan for alignment with the fiscal year 2023-24 budget, the minimum wage increase and salary schedules consistent with previous council action. And I will have a few opening remarks for this item. And we also have our Deputy City Manager, Matt Kano, and our Finance Director, Lauren Lai, joining me on this item to present to you. Just wanted to say we're happy to be here today to present the proposed 23-24 budget, which is incorporating your feedback from both the May 9th and the May 23rd council study sessions. At the May 23rd meeting, as you may recall, we received input and direction from the council to make several changes to the proposed budget that was released on April 28th and discussed on May 9th. We've taken that feedback and are bringing back a balanced budget for your consideration and adoption today. One of the big changes from the proposed budget released in late April is that we're not moving forward with the department consolidations at this time, based on council feedback that you would like to consider those when the new city manager is appointed. We will instead be continuing with the interim solutions that we have in place currently, with Deputy City Manager Kano overseeing engineering, Director Andrade overseeing the housing functions, and Chief Building Official Todd overseeing building and code enforcement. As I've shared before, it is important for council to adopt a budget in advance of the start of the new fiscal year so that staff can make all the necessary changes and be ready for a July 1st implementation. We believe that we have addressed feedback from council and are hopeful that the budget, with the incorporation of the additional amendments, is what you're looking for and that the budget can be adopted as proposed. However, I did want to note that if you do have additional feedback, the council can still adopt the budget this evening with those changes noted. The adopted budget, which is typically published in the July-August timeframe, will reflect all of those changes. And although we have had a few changes over the course of the last month, I'm pleased that we're still able to present council a balanced budget for adoption with a special focus on public works, public safety, economic development, and housing. It is a budget that restores and enhances several services for the Milpitas community while maintaining an appropriate level of fiscal prudence. So Deputy City Manager Kano and Director Lai will be making the presentation to you today. And as always, we have our department heads and chiefs available to respond to any questions that you may have about specific proposals. And before I turn it over to Deputy City Manager Kano, I want to reiterate my thanks to the City Council, the Milpitas community, and also acknowledge the finance team, all our department heads and staff for their hard work in developing this budget and also responding to council feedback throughout the process. With that, I'll ask Deputy City Manager Matt Kano to walk you through some of the next few slides.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members for your consideration of this recommendation this evening. Acting City Manager Kantak already roughly reviewed the agenda. So next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows our standard budget process calendar, starting with our community survey in late 2022. It's a long process to get through an annual budget cycle, as you can see, followed by multiple study sessions and town halls. The most recent study sessions with the City Council being on May 9th and May 23rd. Today, as shown in the yellow arrow, June 6th, we are presenting the final step in the process to develop our fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, which the step this evening would be a recommendation for adoption of the budget. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the results from the statistically valid survey we completed last year. We've shown this at the various study sessions already. These results have been reviewed a few times, as mentioned, and overall the results are positive and increased from prior years, with 89% of our residents replying that Milpitas is a good place to live, play, and work. Next slide, please. These next 4 slides summarize how we have incorporated feedback we've received from the City Council, especially at the last 2 sessions with you on May 9th and May 23rd. Importantly, based on feedback from May 23rd, as has been mentioned, we have kept the organizational structure for our departments as is, and we are not proposing to consolidate various departments in this proposed budget. For engineering, we are not proposing the 2 reclassifications. We are not proposing adding a new city engineer deputy position, and we are proposing to fund the engineering director for only the last 6 months of the fiscal year. As Acting City Manager Kantak mentioned, I'll be acting engineering director for that time period. For Public Works, the revised proposal adds 1 fleet maintenance worker, 1 maintenance worker for the trees, park, landscape team, and 1 maintenance worker for the streets team. For Building Safety and Housing, the revised proposal does not defund the vacant building inspector and only funds the director position for the second half of the fiscal year. Additionally, we are not proposing the reclassifications in the Planning Department, Economic Development Department, and Housing Departments. Next slide, please. Additionally, sorry, I'm checking my mic. Additionally, the revised proposal increases travel allowance for the mayor, vice mayor, and council members by $25,000 in total, deletes the proposed task management analyst, funds a city event for the 2024 for Black April, and deletes the $100,000 contribution to the county for increased library hours for next fiscal year. Those hours will continue, but we just don't need to fund that contribution as was discussed at the last study session. Next slide, please. Additional technical changes to the proposed budget are listed on this slide. We're shown an appropriation of $150,000 from state funding for mobile shower and laundry services. We have incorporated changes directed during the CIP budget approval, including a reduction of $100,000 from the HRIS financial system and $100,000 added for pickleball. We are proposing to use the $298,400 in unallocated ARPA funding to offset the general fund for the additional maintenance workers. We are proposing to partially use funds of $323,000 that were designated in the CIP budget for the city attorney's office to offset some of these proposed additions. And we have reduced the task impact fee revenue projections by $11.7 million and shown a corresponding decrease in our CIP reserves. Next slide, please. In summary, we have balanced the proposed fiscal year 2023-2024 budget with the below one-time funding sources: the $298,400 from ARPA, the $323,000 from the general government CIP that was formerly for the city attorney's office, a library contribution of $100,000, and funding of the engineering director and building and housing director positions for only the last half of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn it over to Finance Director Lai for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. You might have seen this slide before. When we talk about budget, our focus and our value is really on fiscal sustainability. When it comes to fiscal sustainability, we look at 4 major pillars. One is having a balanced budget. Two is looking at the economic outlook. Three is having sound fiscal policies and reserves and being very disciplined about those. Fourth, but not the least important, is long-term planning, such as 5-year CIP and 10-year fiscal forecasts. Next slide, please. Economic outlook. Our uncertain times have been with us for the last couple of years and remain uncertain. Because of that, we are tempered in our optimism. We are conservative in our assumptions and our approach. And very importantly, we preserve our reserves in the area of contingency and budget stabilization. The challenges that continue to resonate us today are the high interest rates, high inflation rates, the banking sector uncertainty, the big tech layoffs, especially here locally, and then the global economy and the conditions of the world. The strategies that we have put before you and we continue to focus on is to continue monitoring our financial conditions, looking at opportunities that we can pursue, being conservative in our approach, and then most importantly is the fiscal discipline around revenues and cost management. Next slide, please. Incorporating the changes as Deputy City Manager Kano presented tonight, the citywide proposed budget for next year would be $231.7 million as delineated in Table 1 in your agenda packet. As shown there, general fund revenue is $129.4 million and other funds, including the CIP fund, is $102.3 million, totaling a budget of $231.7 million for next year. Next slide, please. How does that translate into headcount? We are, by virtue, a service organization. Before you is a summary of the citywide positions, abbreviated as FTE. FTE stands for full-time equivalent positions. These are permanent positions. You'll see that table summarizes the staffing by departments. As you can see in the current adopted budget, we have 440.5 positions. The proposed budget includes a net addition of 11.5 positions for a grand total of 452 positions altogether. Next slide, please. When we look at long-term forecasts, we focus on the general fund. What is the general fund for some of you who are not familiar? The general fund is the operating fund by which most of us consider city local services such as police, fire, public works, parks, and recreation. So when we look at the general fund, we look at the revenue and the expenditure, our spending, and we focus on the annual surplus or the annual deficit. As you can see here in the 10-year forecast, we're presenting to you a balanced budget. Over the next foreseeable years, our budget is balanced with a very minor surplus. However, as denoted with the two yellow arrows, we do forecast a deficit starting in fiscal year 27-28, and certainly with the scheduled expiration of our quarter-cent local sales tax, Measure F, in 28-29. Next slide, please. General fund reserves policy. I want to touch upon this, especially during this public hearing. In particular, in this proposed operating budget, we are again retaining our contingency and budget stabilization policy at 33.34%. It does not include using any of these reserves, either of these reserves, in balancing the budget. Also importantly, in our general fund balance are three other savings that we are not touching, namely $1.45 million of future year deficit, $1.2 million for ERAF litigation, which is still pending final verdict, and retaining $5.1 million of pension stabilization, which is on the balance sheet. Included in your agenda packet and also previously discussed are a couple important policy changes. One relates to the pension stabilization reserve. The document clarifies that the pension stabilization reserve contribution will come subsequent to when the contingency and the budget stabilization reserve policies are met. It also deletes the duplicate pension allocation. Secondly, previously, Council directed us to pursue investment in economic development by way of real estate acquisition. The policy before you, if approved, includes allocating resources to what we call SPAR, Strategic Property Acquisition Revenue Fund. Next slide, please. This summarizes the general fund reserve. It's based on the audited financial statements as disclosed every year subsequent to a clean audit opinion. It shows the fund balance in 4 major categories as required by accounting rules and regulations. The 2 arrow denotes important areas that I want to call your attention to. One is the area that shows $40 million as it relates to the contingency, budget stabilization, the feature year deficit, ERAF, and a small amount in the unassigned. Again, $40 million there based on the audited financial statement. The other yellow area calling your attention to the PERS Stabilization Fund, which has $5 million. Another $30 million sits in the 115 Trust. Next slide, please. In your agenda packet, we've included organizational charts of all departments as the proposed budget and where we are today has changed. So I want to take a moment to present them on the slide and also call your attention to a few things. And the city manager's organization chart, as you'll see, there's a note that says that we will continue the interim reporting of the housing function to the economic development director. Next slide, please. City attorney is presented here. Next slide, please. Building, safety, and housing will continue as a separate department. As noted there, the director position will be funded for 6 months, meaning the first 6 months of the fiscal year, the position will be vacant and not funded and not recruited for. Next slide, please. Engineering department will be kept separate and discrete. As noted there, the director position, which is the engineering director, is a position that will be funded for 6 months. The first 6 months, there will not be recruitment and it will not be funded. Next slide, please. Finance. Next slide. Fire. Next slide, please. Human Resources Department. Next slide, please. Information Technology. Next slide, please. Planning. Planning will be kept as a separate discrete department as it is currently. Next slide, please. Police. Next slide, please. This is page 1 of 2 pages for Public Works, wanting to note that this organizational chart incorporates the additional positions as previously directed by council in the prior study sessions. May I have slide 2 for Public Works, please? And the last slide on the org chart. Recreation Department, want to call your attention that we are retitling the Community Services Engagement and Inclusion Administrator to the Assistant Director of Recreation and Community Services. Next slide. That draws our presentation tonight to conclusion. We were recommending tonight, Mayor and Council, that you please open the public hearing, move to close the hearing following any speakers, certainly deliberate, and at the end of the night, we hope you will adopt the various resolutions before you. The resolutions pertain to the administrative act of adopting the budget and other city manager duties, and as it relates to the classification plans, the benefits, and the salary schedules of the city of Milpitas. Next slide. In particular, Resolution F relates to the Human Resources Manager. I would kindly ask that that be taken as a separate item, as Council Member Ling will need to recuse herself. Thank you so much, Mayor, Council. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much, Deputy Assistant City Manager, and also Lorelei, Finance Director, for those presentation. So now we're moving on for the public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make a comment on the presentation?
We have a card from Tom Valori.
I will open the public hearing.
The first card is from Tom Valori.
Welcome, Tom Valori.
A couple of weeks ago, although I wasn't in attendance, I did observe the activities that took place with regard to this subject, as well as previous meetings. And although it's probably too late to have any impact, and probably any words I might have to say would have any impact is probably a dream on my part, I felt compelled to have some say into what I observed. As a minimum, what I observed was the rejection of the organization structure proposed by the city staff, the rejection of that proposal on the part of the city council, I thought was arbitrary and capricious. The city council shouldn't be involved in making decisions over individual people that occupy positions and how the city staff organizes to get the job done. The city council ought to be involved in identifying policy and identifying performance and what they're willing to pay for that, and leave it up to city staff to how they are willing to organize to get that job done, and if they're willing to do the job for the proposed price. You might say, well, who is this upstart to be chastising us? For 4 years, I taught Air Force officers how to organize to acquire new weapon systems for the Air Force. For 5 years, I managed a $1 billion program for the Air Force. I had multiple contractors that worked for me, and never during the time that I was a manager did I ever attempt to tell a contractor how he was to organize to get the job done. I told him what I expected to deliver. I expected the contractor to deliver and what price I was willing to pay. And we might negotiate that price, but never did I tell them how to organize. If I had gone that far, then I would have taken responsibility for everything, and then the whole contract would have become effectively null and void. So I think in the future, you might want to take that into consideration when you're having those kinds of discussions with city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I have no other cards.
Mr. Robbins.
So based on my experience with corporations and management systems, et cetera, I tend to agree with Tom Valori in keeping a hands-off approach to staff. If they're producing the results, based on what your agreement is and the resources they're provided, then that should be adequate. Having said that, there is an area where you folks can step up, and that is to increase the revenues coming into the city. There's a couple of different areas where I think that we could generate some more funds coming into city coffers. One is with a carbon tax, and the second one is with the pollution tax. I guess that's kind of redundant, isn't it? Both of those are pollutants. The carbon emissions from gasoline, diesel, and natural gas, otherwise known as methane, and then the pollution coming from Fox News or Fox so-called news. We probably heard recently that they deliberately misled the public regarding the outcome of the 2022 presidential election. Deliberately misled us. That, in my mind, is pollution. When you're polluting the well of public discourse, that is pollution. And to allow them to do that without paying for their pollution or some way to mitigate their pollution, I think is unfair to the residents of Milpitas. Likewise, for those folks that are continuing to use natural gas to heat or cook with, or to drive their car with their gasoline powered vehicles. All of those are emitting a pollutant that is causing more and more problems. In fact, the scientists tell us if we don't reverse this dramatically and quickly, we may not have to worry about everything else that we're currently worrying about, because we will not have a civilization that's going to support the kinds of things that we are currently worrying about. So I'm just offering those two as possibilities. There's a whole long list of pollutants that we probably ought to be charging for, and freeloaders that should be charged for the freeloading that they're doing to make things more fair in our community, more balanced, and increase the revenue stream so that we can do the things that we really want to do for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, City Clerk?
It looks like Voltaire Montemayor wants to speak.
Welcome.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager and staff. I mentioned a while ago the public forum of the, thank you, it got resolved. My thinking of the standstill on the consolidation of departments. Well, we know, I believe that there's a beauty of consolidating, but let's forget that for now, this fiscal year. And there's also the precaution is good also, as the council did, of not doing it this fiscal year. I know the beauty that I was saying is if both departments are combined, then there may be no overlapping of functions and jurisdiction, no one to be blamed, rather than pointing somebody is that's your job. So in other words, there's a beauty of consolidating. But anyway, as I said, it was resolved. We're gonna have it whenever we are ready for that. And so there is also the revenue advantage of consolidating. I mean, still, I don't want to recall that because it was resolved already. And thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
I have no further cards and there are no hands in Zoom.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak? I see Mr. Armando Gomez out there. Would you like to speak? Okay, thank you. All right. So now, and is there anyone from Zoom?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, now we will close the public hearing and we will go on to council discussion. Is there any of my colleagues that would like to start off? Well, there is one that a question that I do have. Thank you. And that was on the flow chart for the police department. So I would just like to verify from our chief of police the new position, Police Lieutenant Professional Standards Unit. And one of the reasons why I'm supporting this position is because we do need, I've received several complaints, and I think we do need some, you mentioned that would have some accountability for any complaints in the department. So that's one of the roles. So if you can explain to the public.
Certainly, Mayor, thank you for the question. So currently our process, we do have a process that meets standards and requirements, but it's ancillary. So we have an administrative sergeant, but complaints that do come in, although they're rare, but complaints that need to be investigated, they could be doled out to any sergeant. This change would allow it to be more centralized to one position. It would also allow us to be ensuring that we're in compliance with state standards, different reporting requirements that came upon us as a result of Assembly Bill 2, or Senate Bill 2 rather, and Senate Bill 16. So absolutely.
Yeah, and like I said, for me, it's checks and balances, and I know that that's what you want. You want to make sure that that officers are being held accountable, that the public is they have a fair a voice, and then that's a venue having that officer, the lieutenant, be that I guess not the gatekeeper, at least having someone to be able to hear out what the community has to say, and then that way we can at least have that option to listen to them.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's why I'm supporting this position. That's one of the reasons, and I know that also the succession planning is important because I know that officers don't stay, health, because it's a tough job. So I know it takes its toll. So just wanted to mention that for that position. And is there any other of my colleagues? Thank you so much. Appreciate any of my colleagues that would like to have this moment to talk about the budget. If not, we'll make a motion to approve the budget. Vice Mayor. Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question for Parks and Recs. Is the Renee, please. What is the difference between program coordinator social services under the senior center and senior public services assistant?
Okay, good question, Vice Mayor, and thank you for having me here tonight. So the difference between those two positions, I'll take the first one. So the program coordinator for social services, that is the position that works with the community on resource and referrals, the emergency motel program, case management, domestic violence, SSI, immigration, et cetera. So that's that position. The senior public services assistant is a high-level administrative assistant in the department that works primarily with myself and the community engagement and inclusion administrator, the new assistant director.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I like that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there anyone else? This is the time to deliberate on a very important subject, which is the budget. And let's see, well, now we have Councilmember Anthony Fan.
So I'm looking at the slides and I don't see. I see a number of feedback that is on here that says council feedback, and there's a number of them that didn't necessarily get consensus on, whereas there has also been other council feedback that just was not in this presentation at all. So, I want to address some of that disconnect between council feedback and the slides/recommendations. I don't think the recommendations or the slides touch on what we were going to do about the office renovation funds for the city attorney. Oh, no, I see it. And so is that recommended, or are we taking a vote on it? What do you need?
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. So what we're recommending in the budget that we're bringing to you today is not using 400, not setting aside 450,000, but taking a portion of it for one-time funding and then still retaining about 125,000 to make some improvements for the office. So it's not the 450, it's a different amount.
Okay, so where did we ever mention one-time funding to be allocated?
So
when has council ever provided that direction?
Maybe Councilmember Fan, just for clarification. So the 450 was always one-time funding in the CIP, right, for the city attorney's office. Last time when we came to you on May 23rd, there were some additional asks which would have to be funded by one-time funds. And we had laid out sort of a slide with all the different one-time funds, including that 450. What we're doing is we heard that we didn't want to use the 450. We also heard from council that maybe there's some other alternative. So what we're bringing to you today is a much lower cost set aside for a future city attorney's office renovation, but not taking the entire 450.
I think the initial time we actually took a vote on it, it was to not move forward with that altogether.
Right.
That is very different from a lower number, even if, it's lower, 250,000. That's one-time funds that can be used for a number of other requests that have been made that did not make it on this list. So can somebody explain to me?
Certainly, Councilmember Fan. So you're right. When we discussed the CIP adoption, that was the council direction to not fund it. When we came back to you on May 9th and May 23rd, there was some additional direction, which is why we brought it to you. Today would be the opportunity if the majority of the council said, do not set aside any money for it. That's what we would do. I mean, we would take direction from whatever the council majority wish.
Okay, so I'd like for us to take a vote on that before the end of the final motion, and then the other thing that we discussed was slimming down on the executive overhead. So that's not addressed anywhere at all here. And we have at least another council member who agrees on that direction. Like no options were presented at all.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. We do have some backup slides with staffing levels. Again, what we heard was that could be one of the options. We brought you a balanced budget with certain options, and we've also looked at staffing levels overall for the city as well as for the city manager's office, and we're happy to present that. And so looking at that and looking at where our staffing levels were, we did not include that as an option. When we look at executive staff,
but we asked for it.
So we asked for clarity on that, Councilmember Fan, as to what you would like to see in terms of that. So at this point, again, we could bring up the slides. If you could provide maybe some direction on, are you looking to eliminate filled positions? So it would be good to get clarity. I did follow up with you as well as Councilmember Barbadillo to try and get some clarification. And again, happy to share the information we have on the staffing level.
I mean, what more clarification can we go into if we're going to adopt the budget tonight? I mean, like, if you go back into the minutes, we mentioned fairly specifically, it comes down to executive staff, and we asked the question, do we really need multiple city attorneys and multiple city managers?
Okay, so let me, if we could bring up slide 87, please. And Councilmember Fan, to your question about we're adopting the budget today, yes, that's what we're bringing it forward to you for. We've had multiple discussions leading up to this. If you want to give specific direction on something today, that is different from what we brought forward. Again, we can take, I mean, if it completely changes everything, that's difficult for us to do. But if it's, some changes that we can incorporate as part of the adopted budget, we can certainly do that. So the slide that you see before you is a comparison of staffing, and we have an overall staffing one too, if you'd like to see, but this is a comparison looking at the city manager's office, looking at cities in Santa Clara County that have a population of over 40,000. So not the really small agencies and not the really large agency of San Jose. And you can look at population, the staffing, full-time equivalents, also staffing per 1,000 residents, how many FTEs in the city manager's office, how many executive staff, and then also whether it's a full service city, which means we have public safety, police and fire, as well as utilities. And that's really important because that adds a lot of complexity. And so as you can see, we're very leanly staffed in overall. And then in terms of executive staff, we're either at or below, except for a few cities, two of which are very small and are not full service. So the only exception being Gilroy. So this is the kind of analysis we did. We did not feel like we needed to bring forward something to balance the budget again, but happy to take direction from the council.
What were the requests that council asked for that ended up not being funded as part of the recommendations?
That the council asked for or that were proposed initially?
That the council asked for.
I don't know if there's if there's a slide they have, Matt, on that, because
Dean, I know that as part of the recommendations this evening on the May 23rd meeting through the discussion, we're looking at trying to balance the consensus of the city council. And those are the recommendations we brought forward. So I'm trying to think if there's any other items that were brought up other than what you just mentioned that weren't brought forward as recommendations tonight. And I can't think of any.
Right. I mean, Councilmember Fan, there were obviously initial proposals in the budget that was released in April that are not necessarily included based on
that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, that's what you're referring. Okay, so in the proposed budget, obviously the department consolidations were proposed. There was also a task management analyst that was proposed. So as part of the consolidation, there were obviously new positions, reclassifications. But since we got direction that council would like to wait until there's a new city manager in place, none of those are part of what's in front of you today. The consolidation.
And I want to add slides 5 through 7 this evening's presentation. Most of those items that Assistant City Manager Contact mentioned are listed in there.
Okay, and what of the organizational structure or FTEs that were and programs that were staff recommended that are unfunded now as of this presentation?
I think outside of the consolidations, it was just the management analyst, I believe. That's not funded. Everything else was really connected to the consolidation.
The building inspector
Well, the
position.
building inspector is funded. We were proposing to not fund it, so it's funded. But I think in terms of any kind of new positions or new programs, that was the one that's not part of the budget. And then everything else again is related to the consolidation.
What about the reclassifications?
So the reclassifications, again, that were associated with the consolidation are not being brought forward. Again, I think council can consider all of this when the new city manager is in place. There's only 2 reclassifications that are part of this budget. One is a maintenance worker 2 to a maintenance worker 3, and another one is a public works manager that's over utilities that requires kind of additional certifications. So those are the 2 reclassifications. We have 2 retitles, but they don't really have any change in compensation or scope.
And any services?
No, and Lauren, if you can think of anything, I can't think of anything else that we've kind of deleted.
No.
No.
Okay. Well, the ask remains the same for me. In consideration of long range fiscal planning and economic uncertainties. I understand that you bring forward a balanced budget, but I am worried about the long-term sustainability. If we keep the organizational structure the way it currently exists. So I'm gonna leave it at that and yield my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And are there any other council members that would like to speak? Now's the time. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. As broad as it is our discussions here, rest assured that we are talking about policy. And so when we speak about positions, we are looking at structures for policy implementations. And we do have a collaboration with staff to arrive at a certain organizational structure. I just want that as my start. All right, I have a question. So it says here on the first recommendation, and it says, joint resolution of the City Council and Milpitas Housing Authority to approve fiscal year operating budget. What is Milpitas Housing Authority, and why are we joining that entity to approve the budget?
So the city council acts as the housing authority, and it's related to the former RDA successor agency, all the funds. So there's a separate housing authority, and there's funding that's restricted related to the housing authority functions, and that's included in the budget. So you're doing it as the same body, but kind of with different names. Your scope's different. So that's why.
But that's why it's framed like that, because it encompasses some with the fund organization, and now it merged into council, and the council now have 2 hats at approved fiscal budget. Okay, good. Now I know. All right. So part of the proposed approval is the authorization for the execution of various contracts over the payments of 100,000. I remember way back, I believe it's the council's direction at that time, and then maybe it increased after my time, that there's a certain cap of contracts that can be approved or signed off by the city manager, and when it reaches a certain amount, then it comes to the council for approval. So the question is, what made this change? Why is this proposal trying to increase approval to 100 without council's approval to 100,000?
Thank Councilmember Barbadio. I'll take that question.
All right.
So we have two different things. We have a delegation of authority to the city manager for contracts up to 100,000. And those then come to the finance subcommittee and the rest of the council on a regular basis, kind of telling you what contracts were signed off. So there's there's transparency and controls in place to manage that. As part of the budget, what you're seeing is there's parameters, but there's contracts for work that is already in the budget. So you're approving, say, a program, like let's say it's the BMR program, the below market rate housing. You're approving a specific amount for that contract already. And so that's part of that resolution. So then staff doesn't come back again to you with an agenda report for that particular project. So if some things are approved in the budget, and again, there's parameters, and that's why you actually have an updated Exhibit B. So we're not including any kind of construction contracts that have to be bid out. It's more design agreements, as well as sometimes we have routine agreements, like agreements with the county for public safety stuff, for water monitoring. There's different services. And so it's more for efficiency rather than kind of it's already included in the budget. And many of them are just routine. There are some design consultant contracts, and certainly council can say, no, come back with them. But it's again to provide some efficiency when the scope of the work and the funding is already in the approved budget.
All right. So now I learn again. So there's two kinds of contracts. One that is already budgeted and it's just ready for enforcement for probably efficiency and convenience. We approve it now. But there is still that check and balance, or at least some more transparency on some contracts that can be executed by the city manager. When it reaches the caps, it still comes to the council.
The report, so I just want to be clear, like the contracts approved with that delegated authority under 100,000, but each of those then are shared with you on a monthly basis. So if you have questions or, it's so there it's daylight to the council.
All right. Another one is the classification plan and reclassification. So we have discussed this in at least 2 budget sessions. When we reclassify a certain position, then there will be an accordion effect, right? To make sure that we maintain that gap as far as compensation is concerned. When we reclassify, there's going to be someone that goes up, and then everything follows. So with this budget that incorporates that, looking at all the organizational structures, the new additions, and the reclassifications. So in a dollar amount, well, what is the ballpark with all this being asked to reclassify new positions? What is the dollar amount or percentage of what is being proposed as our budget tonight?
Thank you. I'll start that, and maybe Finance Director Lai can give the dollar amount. Right now, we only have 2. In the prior version of the budget we published, we had a number of reclassifications due to the proposed consolidation of the departments. Right. We've taken all those away that are part of the consolidation of departments, and so we're not proposing any of those reclassifications any longer. There's 2 reclassifications that we are proposing that deal with compensation. One is for the utilities manager. We've had a lot of trouble. This is overseeing our water utility system. We've had a lot of trouble recruiting and filling for that position, and it requires extra certification. So that's $1 amount. And the other is for the a maintenance worker to that were reallocated, the position moving to a maintenance worker 3. And so I'll stop talking and see if finance director has those dollar amounts for those two.
Right, that's fine. So I'm trying to solicit, the amount of the reclassification that's being proposed now as compared to the last organizational structure that was presented on May 23rd, just to emphasize the collaboration that staff and the thoughts of the council had happened since the 23rd of May, right? So you're right. We have not consolidated 2 departments, and in effect, we have not put into domino effect those reclassifications, at least this budget. And during that time, it seems to be, and then this is where all discussions where we're gonna get the money. During those times in between those budget sessions and tonight, we have devised some structures. We have sourced some possible sources of fundings. It's listed, it's well presented, it's well listed. How are we gonna get them? How do we address a position like the idea of funding it for 6 months and not filling it up? So those are the well thought work between council and the staff, which until the end of this meeting, I assume that this proposed budget proposal we have now is better than the last one. So I'll keep on asking questions so that the public would understand what was the difference and why we had arrived in this proposed budget, if my understanding is right. So if you look at letter D of the recommendation, and I just want this to be cleared up. It says amending resolution 1626, the classification plan of unrepresented management employees and authorizing a fringe benefit. What does this mean? What are we authorizing as fringe benefits for the unrepresented management employees?
The classification plan, is that what you're asking about, Councilmember Barbatillo?
Yes.
So we have to come to council, every year with COLAs. We have to change the salary range. So every classification has a salary range and steps, and it is required to have council approval for all the new established salaries. And every time we actually change anything, we have to come to you with the salary tables, and that's required by PERS as well.
All right, so every time we reclassify or every time there's a new position.
Not only reclassify, because we will have COLAs, right, starting July 1st, which means it changes the salary tables. And so that needs approval. The new salary table needs approval.
And that salary table is included as the very last couple pages of the packet for this agenda item.
May I also add to
Yes.
that, if the question pertains to the unrep management benefit attachment, in particular, what's changed in that package are 2 titles. Just clarifying, it's the Assistant Director of Recreation and the Human Resources Manager. And then also in the 401A section, we're just doing some administrative cleanup since council had approved that benefit plan last spring. So to be clear to the council and also to taxpayers, we are not amending any benefits in the unrep management benefit plan.
Thank you for that clarification, Lauren.
You're welcome.
All right, so we go to the next one, and when after the May 23rd, there was some discussions with regards to consolidation, and now we are presented with these changes with dollar amounts. want our taxpayers, I'll borrow Lawrence termination of the community. It's for the taxpayers' information. Can we at least look at what does this mean and how did it impact our budget? So in the first one, I'm looking at page 103. So when there was a compromise, or there was a result of the discussion we have on on May 23 on the non-consolidation of the departments, looks like either we save a bunch of positions, or some other source of those positions that should have moved with the classifications came about, right? And for example, now we are not reclassifying the CIP manager to engineering division manager. There's a dollar amount of 17,000 and the rest of the list. What do this mean? Did we save some? Did we have to fund them?
So, Councilmember Barbadillo, you're saying how does it compare to what we brought forward to you? I just want to make sure I understand the question.
Right. It seems that if you look at the presentation, it stated keep the organizational structure as is and do not consolidate various departments. And there's bullet points with regards to certain positions, and there's commensurate dollar amounts, and I'm assuming the source of those dollar amounts. So what is the relevance of all of this list to our proposed budget?
So this kind of, with the consolidation not moving forward, that slide basically tells you all the proposals that now, you've got your proposed budget at the end of April. These are changes to the proposed budget because based on the council feedback, with the consolidations not moving forward, all of these on this slide are not moving forward, and some of them are costs and some of them are savings. At the last meeting, we had direction to basically add 4 FTEs, right? So we were planning to defund a position that we're funding, the building inspector, and we also had 3 additional positions in public works. So with some of the savings from here, some one-time funding, we're still bringing you a balanced budget at 231.7 million overall for 23-24. And some of that, of course, comes from one-time funding, but we had talked about that last time, that there were these one-time funding sources from ARPA, from the library savings, from the city attorney's office. So that still remains, and we're using a combination of that, as well as all of the changes as a result of what we're bringing forward today. So bottom line is all of these we've noted them so you can see what exactly is not moving forward as part of the consolidation. And it's very clear that these proposals are no longer moving forward based on, again, the direction on the 9th and 23rd.
What do we mean when we say one-time funding?
So one-time funding it's not an ongoing revenue source. So one-time funding, as we discussed, was the 298,400 that was unallocated from ARPA dollars. It is $100,000, which we had set aside to contribute to the library for additional hours, but because they have adequate funding, they're not requiring that contribution this year or next year in 23-24. We also had the one-time funding for the city attorney's office of $450,000 that council had, previously said maybe don't move forward with that. So we're using some of that money, not all of it, to basically balance the budget. And Lauren, did you have anything else?
The 2 director positions for
and yes, so we partially funded, again, based on the discussion, we partially funded the 2 director positions. So we have 6 months of savings from each of those positions, because the plan is that we would not fill those positions for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. We would have the interim solutions that I talked about at the beginning of the meeting or beginning of this item. And then when you have a city manager in place, you can kind of decide if you want to move forward with the consolidation or you don't, and you can make the decision accordingly for the two directors.
All right. Good that you mentioned the two director positions that were funding one time, right? So actually, that's where my question was going. So because as I understand, if it's one time, the next source will be the general fund, right? If ever that position goes forward, it's a one-time funding from another source, and if that position comes about, continues, although we will freeze it, seems to be for 6 months, the source of those positions, should they be filled in the next 6 months after, will be coming from general fund. So we have to understand, at least I have to understand that we're budgeting 6 months for those non-consolidated positions, but we will have a plan after that and prior to that to make sure that if that position goes forward, should the next decision would be still no consolidation, we do have sources for at least $500,000 for those two positions. So that's just a caveat for now for the proposed budget, because our projection is decrease it, maybe we'll consolidate. That's why it seems that it's being proposed on a one-time budget. But let us be aware that if that projection of not that later on, when we have a new city manager, it will be consolidated, we will have to look for a source for compensation for those two positions. Just a note for now. I don't know if that my idea came about.
And the savings, because we're not funding for 6 months, the savings is just one time. I mean, the ongoing costs are included, but the savings from that defunding is one time, right? Because it's only for 6 months.
Right. Source and possible savings because we're not filling it up. Yes, agree. What I'm saying is, what happens if when we have the new city manager, council convenes again, and still at that time the decision is not to consolidate those two positions, then we will scramble where to find funds for these positions because it's going to be FTEs.
And that's kind of factored in, and I'll let Lauren speak to it. You saw the forecast has changed some too. So Lauren, go ahead.
Yes, may we have slide 13 on the screen? As a part of the presentation tonight, staff worked hard to update a lot of the material. One of the material that we updated for your consideration and the ability to adopt the budget tonight is a revision of the 10-year forecast. As you'll see there in fiscal 23-24 proposed budget is a balanced budget. It carries forward, council, those additional positions into the future years. So in fiscal year 24-25, it continues to assume the current organization as is, i.e. not consolidated. It assumes the 4 additional positions. It assumes the 2 director positions, namely building safety housing director and engineering director, are fully funded in future years. So to your point, Councilmember Barbadillo, 24-25 remains balanced, and it remains balanced for the next couple of years beyond that.
But
should the council decide and new city manager in caucus with the council wants to consolidate, then that will yield some savings. But the forecast before you is based on the continuation of the adopted budget structure as presented tonight.
Okay, let me see if I understand what you have just presented. So if you're looking at the same table, right?
Yes.
You said it's the same, that's projected that we can afford them. But the difference is the first source that we are approving tonight comes from a one-time funding. And I don't know if the others in parentheses are coming from a one-time funding throughout the next 10 years, or it's coming from a general fund. That's the difference.
The latter.
Right.
We
So
are not presenting in this forecast in future years one-time resources. So the general fund revenues and other sources before you are based on ongoing revenues.
Right. Why not then put a general fund source on the first 6 months if that's your reasoning? What's the
So-
difference this budget and to the next 10 years if you're saying that these are coming from general funds? It's just an exemption that today you're approving it coming from one time.
So Councilmember Barbadillo, when we presented the 23-24 budget, it was balanced with ongoing revenues. Last meeting that we had some additional positions added on and the consolidation not moving forward. So that required some additional money just for 23-24. And that's the one-time funding. Beyond that, we've already looked at the revenues. And again, these are estimates, right? That will continue to be tweaked. But based on the forecast we already had, we were able to accommodate those as ongoing costs with the general fund or, with other funds, depending on what the position is. So from 24-25 on, as Director Lai said, all of the expenditures have ongoing revenues. It's only in 23-24 that we are using some one-time monies, and that's because we already brought to you a balanced budget and some additional things that have been added. We have to use the one-time funding to balance.
All right, so we have a projection that we can sustain this regard if and when it's not consolidated. It's just that we need a jumpstart money to fund them. That's what I'm saying.
That's correct. And also just, as we've talked before, we are hopeful that the revenues we've been pretty conservative. So we're hopeful that the revenues will actually be better than projected. But with the estimates that we have right now, we will stay balanced for the next, 4 fiscal years.
Okay, it's just odd to me that if indeed we have the projection, we should have not been again, right? It's a duly vetted proposed budget. But what I'm saying is, if indeed that we have the projection for the next 10 years, why we didn't have a projection now, we're getting it from a one-time source.
No, so maybe we can, you had also seen this fiscal year forecast, and maybe I can
That's
find
right.
the slide.
You know the difference of this. If I see this forecast from the May 23rd,
Yeah.
the May 23rd is just that the fiscal year 23-24 is not coming from one-time fund.
Right.
That's the only difference between these two. But what lies the difference is the funding of the two positions because it's not consolidated. So I'm good with that. It balanced the budget. All I'm saying is what happens if it goes south after 6 months. And then we now have to fund from general fund these two positions. But if your response to that question is you already have projected that we will sustain that regardless, then I'm fine with that.
Yes. Okay.
Last question is, I'll piggyback with council member fans because he mentioned my name when he talked. But that's what well meant. Our thoughts last meeting was to see possible areas of restructuring to solve what we thought at that time to be, what we thought on the consensus. I mean, the direction of the council to not consolidate is, we're presented with a big deficit, right? That was the representation, or at least that's what I thought when I started talking about executive level. But as I said it last time, it is half meant. Half meant means it can go either it's 100% true that I would want a restructuring on, at least on my one vote, on the executive level, or it's an incentive to see possible sources of that 900,000 that we were represented at the time. It's good that the staff came with a solution, but going forward, and I did see the efforts of the staff with regards to comparing each and every city around us, same in population, less or more, that there are needed to there are at least an average of 2 or 3 executive level staff. But the later on, maybe not now, right? My question remains like the last time, since the incorporation of the city, we were on a one city manager structure. And then not so long ago, probably 4 to 6 years ago, where we incorporated or adopted a 3 city manager structure. So my question remains, and for now it will be just thoughts because seems like the budget is balanced, but that thought is more explanations, right? Other than we're so used to it for the last 4, 6 years, it's working on us. It's same like the cities around us, but we would want to justify the need for the structures that we currently have. Because believe it or not, informed or not, when people ask, they said, "Hey, it's a small city. Why do we have to have 3 city managers?" Right? I understand it because it's fully explained, but the people doesn't understand that. They just see city managers having some high compensation, and for them to understand why we need this kind of structure on executive level is explanation. Meetings like this, we ask questions to answer those questions we have from the public. So it's a going forward thought, and hopefully, and not a mandate, to let us see the structure, especially the executive level, as we go forward and serve the city. So that's my parting points. As I said, it seems that that compromise that I have asked last meeting, let me decide, 900,000 deficit or some consensus of the council, it seems to have resolved. But let's keep that thought. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. I had a couple of questions. So I want to thank staff for all the hard work that you have done. And there was a general consensus that we would not consolidate, we would not do a reorg, and you came back and gave us this budget with no reorganization. And that was just the general consensus from the last time. So I want to go over some of these. Generally, so the city manager's office, I'm okay with that. The city attorney's office, I'm okay with that. There's no building safety and housing, I'm fine with that. The structure, the flow chart, engineering, the finance, the fire, human resources. The one that I do have a question on is information technology. You have, I guess, 4 IT analysts, and it was brought up that we have more IT technicians. So I would like to see another IT technician in lieu of another IT analyst, because I feel that would be that would help staff more the whole institution. Planning, I'm okay with that. And again, I'm okay with the police department, public works. Thank you very much for adding the new maintenance workers. And one more question for recreation community services. I noticed that and thank you for changing the title to Assistant Director of Recreation and Community Services. But I do have a question on Senior Public Services Assistant. So I'm wondering why that position isn't on the other side with the Senior Center program. for the senior services? Or is it, maybe I need to better understand. Maybe you can help me understand.
Sure, no problem. And good evening, Mayor and City Council. So the Senior Public Services Assistant, the senior represents that administrative staff person's level in a Public Services Assistant series. So they are a senior admin level, but not associated with senior programs.
Okay, so that answered the question. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And then one more question. When is the mid-year, when does that come into place? 'Cause we have those 6 months. And again, it's one of the reasons why I voted not to consolidate, because I would like to see the new city manager come in and that person takes ownership and has a say so. That, to me, that's important. And that's why I voted that my one vote. But so I know that in 6 more months or the mid-year, we have the opportunity to change things again. And if you can let me know, when is that?
Sure. The mid-year budget generally comes to you in the second meeting in February.
In February?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Councilmember Fan.
So I would like to provide direction and take a vote on it regarding going to a one city manager, one city attorney structure. And it doesn't have to happen immediately with this at the beginning of this fiscal year. Because I know arrangements would need to be made. And as a courtesy, I think it can begin later, and that's up for discussion. Perhaps beginning of next calendar year, but that's my proposal.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Any other council members have a Vice Mayor Chua?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to go, I would like to go to slide the one that shows city council feedback. On the next one, city council feedback on May 9th and the 23rd. I just like Councilmember Fan, I did not hear anything about adopting a CIP budget for HRIS. The enterprise one for $50,000 coming from water fund and another $50,000 coming from sewer fund. So I would like not to do that because we have a $1.8 million for the ERP, for the HRIS, and more than that, I think, yeah. So I would like to delete that and not take any money out of the water fund and the sewer fund until we have exhausted the $1.8 million.
Vice Mayor, this reflects that direction.
Pardon?
This reflects that direction we already received as part of the CIP adoption to reduce the funding from the utility funds.
To zero.
So it's just reflecting that we're reducing the transfer of 50,000 from water fund and sewer fund. So basically you said not to use that, and that's what this is reflecting.
Yeah, it's confusing because it says to, so if you're saying this is zero, I'm okay with that one. Also, I have to mention this. the ARPA unallocated funds of $298,000, they were earmarked for council projects that were suggested by the council at one point. And I remember it was 300 something, and then we allocated 60,000 to BID, and we got a leftover of 298,400 for projects that were enumerated by each council member. And now, correct me if I'm wrong, you're using it for a one-time fee. Is that true?
That's correct. And it was, we presented it last time and did not hear council feedback, so we've included it. We do have the items, if council wanted to look at it, that were discussed previously during the kind of discussion of the priority setting items. But yes, we are using that. We're proposing to use that money right now for as one-time funding.
The reason why I pulled C6, because in C6 there is a leftover 100,000. So I would like to look into that. And also, just like Councilmember Fan, for the transfer, partially use funds for the CIP City Attorney's Office, we should use the 450, not the 323. We should use the full amount.
Just to clarify, so you do not set aside any money for the city attorney's office? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we should look for more alternatives. Just use it for, it was allocated in the CIP. So that's what I'm trying to say.
So we would take the 450,000 and
the
use
full
it
amount.
for one-time funding for, now we're bringing you a balanced budget, so we could set aside some of that money for other.
And if
CIP.
you have access to reduce the ARPA unallocated funds and put it for our projects that we should discuss very soon. And I do agree with Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Barbadillo that we have to look, not right now, but we have to look at the structure of the executive team, whether we do it when the new city attorney or the mid budget discussion in February. It should be part of the discussion. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there?
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Hold on.
Sorry. There is one thing that I would like to do on the policy, on the fiscal policies and budget process. I would like to see some verbiage on stealing the culture of service, because you're not addressing the service here on the fiscal policies. But it should be there. Some verbiage on having a service with revenue growth, revenue prevention. It should be under revenue policies and revenue expenditure. Somehow we should address that. Should be instilling a culture of service with revenue generation and revenue preservation somehow. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And now we have Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. If I'm the director or staff that's been working very, very hard on bringing this balanced budget here and having these questions again, I'll be sitting there biting my fingers. But I want to thank the team for working so hard and going through with this balanced budget, bringing this back with the presentation I want to, well, thank you is not enough, but I really want to say you did a great job. The presentation looks good. The budget is balanced. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lian. So a question for staff, acting city manager. Since we made a couple of recommendations, what are your thoughts on do we bring this back, or do we? Since there have been some recommendations, I'm not sure what is the next steps to do this.
Sure. So if I can summarize, the one change to the budget itself, to the proposed budget that I heard was to take the 450,000, use that as part of that one-time funding, and kind of offset that with some of the ARPA funding that was used. Take that out. So about 125,000 extra of ARPA funding would be available to be allocated for anything else the council may want to discuss in the future. So that's the thing I heard for the proposed budget. I heard direction about bringing back a discussion on the structure of, I don't know if it's both the city manager's office and the city attorney's office sometime in the mid-year or next year, or maybe there can be clarification on that. And also clarification on what it is that you would like to see, because again, we could provide, when we look at, I think I heard from Councilmember Fan, one city manager. I mean, we do have one city manager. We have an assistant city manager and a deputy city manager. And also, I'd like to just clarify for the council, we have had an assistant city manager position for a very long time on the budget. It was the deputy city manager that was added in 1819. So is it looking at everything? I mean, when we look at organizational structure and staffing, one of the things we would do is look at peer cities, the type of work they're doing, the functions that the city manager's office performs, and are we staffed at the right level? So, I mean, that's the analysis we have done. We're happy to talk in more detail, but I think it would be helpful for us to understand what you're looking for more than that, right? Because I just want to make sure we have clarity on what we're asked to bring back. If we are just being asked to cut positions, fill positions, or we're asked to bring validation as to why we have the structure we have, it would be helpful for us to understand that. But that I did not hear as being part of the proposed budget, Mayor. So I think as the proposed budget, you could adopt it with that one change for the one-time funding and anything else you may want to include in there.
Thank you. And the IT position, that's the.
Yeah, so is that a council? I mean, I heard that from you, Mayor, but I don't know if that's something that you'd want to vote on, or, if because we want to get direction from the council on specific actions, because we'd have to note that as this is the adopted budget, right, with these actions. So we'd need kind of a council vote on that. And then Vice Mayor talked about wanting something about instilling a service culture, revenue generation in the policy. And so again, we'd want to vote on that. Just so we're clear.
Yeah, I would like a general consensus on it, but I'm going to have the Vice Mayor speak on that. Vice Mayor Chua.
Acting city manager. You're asking for two things. You're asking in terms of the structure of the executive team. You're asking for either not funding two or validation on why we're doing three. Is that why you're asking?
Right. I mean, I'd like to understand what the council's looking for. Again, we've done analysis. We've done, looking at peer cities, looking at the work. And obviously, we're bringing forward the structure to you because we feel it's needed. If the council wants a discussion on it, it would be helpful to understand, if there's specific things you're looking for as we bring it forward.
I think my one vote, I think we are opted to wait because there are two factors that might influence the decision, which are one, the new city manager, two, the actual economic situation by the beginning of next year. So without those, we can't really respond to you, if that's okay with Councilmember Badillo and Councilmember Fan. We don't have those answered. But we're just saying for future, when we do discuss the budget, that should be included in the discussion. Whether it's validation or defunding, it should be included.
Okay.
That said, I go ahead and move to approve the recommended. Oh, you have another one? Okay. I'll give my time to, before I make a motion, I'll give my time to Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, originally I was going to include that in the motion. However, I see where my colleagues are going, and I do think that staff should have the time to analyze and come back so that we can make a more firm decision. And I wouldn't want my colleagues to vote on something if they're not completely confident in what they're actually voting on. And so, if the vote had been taken tonight, I think that I would be okay with retaining, at the very least, our assistant city manager. But that's just, my one vote, and one city attorney. However, I think a lot remains to be discussed, and we'll leave that for a future meeting. I'll yield back to Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. But before we do that, as I mentioned, I want a consensus about the IT technician, because we have heard from some staff that there is a need for an IT, for IT technicians. So we're going to call for the vote for, did you make a motion?
No.
Okay, well, okay, consensus for that IT technician. Well, we're going to start with Councilmember Barbadillo. Wait, hold on.
We're good.
There's a general consensus of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, just in terms of clarification, so you're saying to, instead of an analyst, to have a
Yeah,
technician?
you have 4 analysts, IT, so
4
4
analysts.
or 5, yeah, so replace one with an IT technician to better serve the whole institution, the different departments.
Okay, but I mean, the IT analyst is a higher level position, and I don't know if, you want to hear from Director Nam. So because we've never discussed this before, the analysts support a lot of other departments in, kind of basically all of their systems. And so the technician cannot perform the same work that the analyst performs. The technicians are more like desktop support.
Are they're the ones that go to, let's say a different department needs some type of technical assistance.
So if
Right.
it's a system, it would be the IT analysts that do that, whether it's, our CMMS system, our police, all of those systems, a technician would not be able to do that work. It's basically like help desk and assistance. So we don't necessarily need more than 2 technicians. So I just want to make sure we are kind of responding to the right needs. It's the analysts that really work with departments. So if it's a building technology system, then that's the analyst. So it's not really the technicians that is their scope will be limited. So it'll actually impact the departments negatively if we reclassify an analyst to a technician.
So let me get this clear. So, for example, when I need help with my computer laptop, so it is an analyst that comes and helps me, not a technician.
And I'll let Director Nance.
Thank you, Mayor. So as Assistant City Manager, Acting City Manager Contact mentioned, the IT analyst positions are higher positions, and they require, in order to fill that position, they have to have much higher technical skills. And IT analysts can do the IT technician work. They have ability to do so, but not the other way around. So as again mentioned, a lot of the systems that we're currently purchasing, including cybersecurity systems, lots of the development services applications, all of those enterprise applications, there will be IT analysts. In addition to that, the ERP system that the city is currently looking at, we will need a lot of the IT analyst level skills to get those systems implemented properly.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Chua.
Mayor, if I make a suggestion, don't change the job, but ask acting city manager to look at the workload of the IT technician. Maybe there's a need for help, and like Director Daniel said, the analyst can do the work of the IT, but can you do a evaluation of the workload of the IT technician?
That's a great idea. Yeah, we do a study on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Fan.
I'm supportive of the analyst position.
All right, so let's take a vote. So, Vice Mayor Chua.
A motion. I would like to make a motion on. Would like to make a motion. If the city attorney or city manager can reiterate the changes, please, before I make the motion.
I just want to make sure we do the motion with only up to E.
Right.
And then
The motion is to approve what is recommended on item 15 from A, B, C, D, and E without the F.
correct. And then the change would be to reduce the ARPA, to use all of the 450,000 that was set aside for the city attorney's office, and to reduce the ARPA funding by a corresponding amount. And then to incorporate, and this is something we may have to come back to Council, Vice Mayor, but to incorporate into the policies something about instilling a service culture.
Right.
And revenue generation.
Okay, if that's okay with the rest of the council. And there is a notation about future discussion on the structure of the the executive team.
And do you want to do that when the new city manager is here? Or?
Yeah, I will. It's for future.
Right.
But it's just a comment.
Yes.
Okay. So move.
Is there a second? Seconded by Han Lin, Councilmember Lin. Okay, let's all take a vote.
Aye.
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 And myself as an aye. Passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, and we have to do F.
Do you have any comments?
We have to do F.
Oh, Okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
Motion to approve item 15, letter F. You have to recuse.
Second.
Seconded by Barbadillo. Okay. And Councilmember Landry, do you have your hand?
Yes, Mayor. This item involves a close family member, so I'm going to abstain from voting.
Is that okay? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so let's vote.
Aye.
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 And Councilmember Lynn? Aye, thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to item 16.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 16, conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving a general plan amendment, GP 23-0002, to change the land use designations for 168 parcels on South Main Street, generally located south of Great Mall Parkway and north of Montague Expressway, for consistency with the boundaries of the Metro Specific Plan and the proposed boundaries of the draft Gateway Main Street Specific Plan, and introduce an ordinance amending the Milpitas zoning map CA 23-0001 in accordance with the provisions of Section 3.03 of Chapter 10 of Title 11 zoning of the Milpitas Municipal Code to change the zoning classification of certain parcels APN 083-40-044 and 083-40-045 for consistency with the new general plan land use designations. And we have our planning director, Ned Thomas, and our senior special projects associate, Holly Pearson, doing the presentation for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting City Manager Kontak. I appreciate the introduction. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's always a pleasure to be with you. I'm going to give a brief background of this item and cover the first few slides, and then I will turn the time over to Ms. Pearson to cover some of the specifics. This item did previously go to the Planning Commission and comes to you with their recommendation for approval. So the items before you tonight are, as was explained in the title, there are two amendments, or amendments, one to the general plan land use map and the other to the zoning map. So two separate maps, but interrelated. And that we are proposing these amendments for consistency with the adopted Metro Specific Plan and also the ongoing work on updating the Midtown Plan, which is also called the Gateway Main Street Specific Plan. And a lot of this work is also being driven by the update to the general plan back in 2021. And all of these documents, as you know, from your previous work, need to be consistent with one another. When the council adopted the Metro Specific Plan earlier this year, the boundary was adjusted. So there are 8 parcels along the east side of Main Street that were previously part of the Midtown Plan, and they are now part of the Metro Specific Plan. That change needs to be reflected in the land use map in the general plan. Because the general plan, of course, the land use map, as you'll see in a moment, shows the 2 specific plans, and we've adjusted the boundary at the specific plan level, and now we need to adjust it at the general plan level. And then, as I mentioned, as you know, we are currently in the process of updating that Midtown Plan, also the Gateway Main Street Plan, adopted back in 2002. It's been updated in 2010. We're updating it now. And a couple of years ago, as we were preparing to begin the update to the Midtown Plan. We had an information or study session with the council on how we would like to proceed with our update. And one of the things we talked about was a boundary adjustment in the existing plan. And the existing plan from 2002, it extended all the way down. You know, it includes the historic part of Main Street, Calaveras corridor, but it also extends south of Great Mall Parkway all the way down to the city's boundary with San Jose at Montague Expressway. And at the time, I said to the council that we felt that one of the reasons why the plan maybe has not been as effective as we would like to be is it's trying to cover too many things over too much territory. And most of that area south of Great Mall Parkway has either been developed or it is, as I just explained, we were contemplating it going into the Metro Plan area. So for a variety of reasons, if you think about the area, and I'll show you a map in a moment, pictures worth 1,000 words. So what we're talking about are the parcels that are currently part of the Midtown Plan, and they are south of Great Mall Parkway down to Montague Expressway. And that is the area that we would be removing from the current Midtown Plan. Again, 8 of the parcels will go into the Metro Plan, and the others will simply be given standard general plan land use designations. And then that will allow us, as we move forward in our work on the Gateway Plan, to just focus on those areas to the north. But so just in summary, hopefully it was fine. This is kind of I don't want to diminish the importance of amending the general plan, but this is more of a housekeeping item, really. It comes to you as a result of and subsequent to the adoption and the work that we're doing on these other plans is the best way that I can describe that in a nutshell. But let's look at the map, and I think you'll understand. This map hopefully illustrates what I just described. So you see here to the north in kind of the light orange color is the Midtown or the Gateway Plan area. And then to the south of that in the greenish color, bluish color, is the TASP, Transit Area Specific Plan, or now the Metro Plan area. And as I just described, you can see that they're on the west side, south of Great Mall Parkway, in that yellow sort of long sort of hourglass looking shape, you have parcels that are currently part of the Midtown Plan, but as I just described, we want to remove those from the Midtown Plan. So again, we can focus those efforts to the north in that area that's shown in orange. And then we have some parcels that are already, as part of the council action in adopting the Metro Plan, have already been moved into the Metro Plan. And there are some benefits to that. I won't go into all those details, but if you have questions, I can describe why that was done. So you can see here in the yellow, those are the parcels that will no longer be included in the Gateway Plan. And since they're not part of a specific plan, they will not be part of the Gateway Plan, and they're not part of the Metro Plan, they need to be given standard general plan land use designations. And we will show those in just a moment. We have some other maps, and Holly will give a description of those. And then you can see that there's that small area that's in the green and white stripes labeled parcels included in the Metro Plan. Those are the 8 relatively large parcels that have always been part, or have previously been part, of the Midtown Plan, but with adoption of the Metro Plan, those have now been moved into the Metro Plan. So there's sort of like 2 overlapping actions here, but you've got 8 parcels going into Metro Plan, if you think of it that way, and then you have the remainder parcels in the yellow going in under the general plan. And let me talk about that just really briefly, and then I'll turn the time over to Ms. Pearson. So you will have seen in the agenda report that the total number of parcels is 100, I believe it ended up 168 parcels this affects. Now that sounds like a lot, but one of the reasons that sounds like a lot is 147 of those parcels are actually individual condo parcels. So, thank you. So the condo parcels are part of one neighborhood, which is the Paragon Townhome neighborhood. If you thought of that as one parcel, and it's not 147 individual condo parcels, but it's as one parcels like the others, this change affects 22 parcels in that area south of Great Mall Parkway. So that makes it sound a little less dramatic, which indeed it is. And I also wanted to emphasize, and again, Ms. Pearson can go into a few more details, the zoning in this area does not change, only on one parcel, as we will describe. So although we talk about this as a general plan amendment and a zoning amendment to the 2 maps, the changes are not as dramatic for the zoning. It really only affects one large parcel that we will describe in a moment. But the general plan amendments cover the entire area because, again, we are adjusting the boundaries between the Metro Plan and the Gateway Plan. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Ms. Pearson, and she has a couple of text slides and then some other maps to illustrate these changes in more detail.
Thank you, Director Thomas, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. So again, the proposed changes to the general plan land use map are simply boundary adjustments for consistency with the approved Metro Plan and Council's directions on the boundaries for the Gateway Plan that's currently in process. Just reiterating what Director Thomas said, 8 parcels along the east side of South Main Street have already been included in the adopted Metro specific plan. So changing the general plan land use designation to Metro specific plan. 160 parcels, again, will be given standard general plan land use designations. These are the area south of Great Mall Parkway that is not being included in the Gateway Plan. And 147 of those parcels, again, are the Paragon Townhomes community. And so it's a relatively small number of parcels that are actually having the general plan land use designations amended. These maps show what the changes would be. So the map on the left side, the parcels outlined in red, or blocks really outlined in red, are proposed to be changed from the current general plan designation of Milpitas Gateway specific plan to the various designations shown on the map on the right, according to existing uses and future development potential. I think that's fairly self-explanatory. Some are being proposed to change to very high density residential, others to neighborhood center mixed use, etc. Next slide, please. For the zoning map amendment, a small correction to what Director Thomas said. There are actually 2 parcels proposed to have zoning map changes. One is the South Bay Tech Center, located at 1603 to 1765 South Main Street, and also the Rotten Robbie gas station at 1787 South Main Street. Both of these parcels would be rezoned to MXD, or mixed use. The reason for the change of zoning on these 2 parcels is for consistency with the proposed new general plan land use designation, which in this case for those parcels is neighborhood center mixed use. As well, the zoning proposed rezoning is consistent with the character of existing land uses, and it creates potential opportunity for future development of the South Bay Tech Center site. Next slide, please. So these maps show the proposed zoning changes. It's just that area that's in the dark black dotted line. 2 parcels just bordering a Montague Expressway at the south end of Main Street. The one shown in red is the South Bay Tech Center, proposed to be changed from general commercial to mixed use. The small gray one down in the corner there, that's the gas station, proposed to be changed from industrial park to neighborhood center mixed use. Next slide. As this is all described in your agenda report, findings have been made to support the general plan map amendments and the zoning map amendments. They are, of course, consistent with the general plan and would not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare. Next slide. Environmental review. The environmental determination for these actions relies on 2 previously certified environmental impact reports. The first is that for the adopted Milpitas general plan. That EIR was certified on March 9th, 2021, along with the adoption of the updated general plan. And subsequently, the EIR, actually called the subsequent EIR for the Metro specific plan, just recently adopted and certified on February 7th, 2023. So all of the proposed amendments being discussed tonight to the general plan map and the zoning map are consistent with the analysis conducted for those EIRs, and for that reason, no additional environmental analysis is required. As well, these actions are exempt from environmental review in accordance with Section 15-183 of the CEQA guidelines, which is for projects consistent with general plan, community plan, or zoning. Next slide. Notice was published of this public hearing in the Milpitas Post. Signs were placed throughout the project area, and postcards were sent to all property owners within a 1,000-foot radius of the subject parcels. Staff has not received comments in response to the notices. However, staff did previously receive a letter of support for these changes from the property owner of the South Bay Tech Center site. Next. Staff's recommendation is that the council open and close the public hearing, consider the exemption in accordance with CEQA, and adopt a resolution approving the general plan amendment to change the land use designation for 168 parcels on South Main Street. The city attorney shall read aloud the title of the ordinance, and staff recommends moving to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce an ordinance amending the zoning map to rezone the 2 parcels we described for consistency with the general plan land use designations. Thank you, and if anyone has any questions, we will be happy to respond.
That it? Is that it?
Yes, that is.
Yes.
Oh, that's okay.
My
Thank
apologies.
you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, so now we will have open the public hearing on this matter. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item?
We have a speaker card from Armando Gomez.
Okay, great. Come on up, Armando.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Armando Gomez. I represent the owners of South Bay Tech Center. It's an 11-acre site at the corner of Main and Montague, which is at the very southernmost part of the city. It's also probably at the end of the Midtown plan. So you can imagine the needs of our property are a lot different than the needs of kind of the core of Midtown. So we appreciate staff's recommendation. We appreciate and support staff's recommendation to pull us out of the Midtown plan that will allow us to redevelop our site. And we look forward to bringing you a project that you can support and be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gomez. Anyone else from the public?
I have no more speaker cards.
Mr. Montemayor, I know you want to say something. Come on up.
Yeah, I believe I was here last time, and this is the additional talk about it of the public hearing. And if I remember right, there was a fence height, there was tree planting in between the adjacent lot owner or establishment, and I believe the city planning and all those details will cover any problems. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, anyone on Zoom?
There are no raised hands.
All right, thank you so much. And now it is time, I will close the public hearing, and now it is time for council discussion. I'll ask my colleagues, and we have Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. 168 separate parcels. It's not just dramatic, it's huge. It's 41.6 acres to move around on boundaries. And I want to understand the need other than just to cater for the ongoing revision of the Midtown plan and the in-place metro plan and the general plan. I'm looking at the map. So the yellow portion, I think I'm looking at page 154 on item 16. You can put that up on the board, please. Yes, please.
Put the map up on the screen.
Right. Yes, Mayor, please. Well, I'll do that. So a first question on that is, when we put this 41.6 acres to the boundaries of either the metro area, so what kind of land use will it change from?
So thank you. So under this is really a boundary change between the two specific plans. So the underlying land use designation for the parcels that are the 8 parcels that are going to the metro plan actually does not change. It's just a change on the general plan map, because the general plan shows both of the specific plans in different colors, and those 8 parcels are now part of the metro plan. So it needs to be shown that way in the general plan as well, so that they're consistent. And then on the other part, the general plan currently shows all of those parcels. Their general plan land use designation is Midtown specific plan. So in essence, the general plan defers or delegates the land use designation to the specific plan. But because we're removing them from the Midtown plan, they need a land use designation. And so just like any other parcel across the city, they will have a standard general plan land use designation. And those land use designations are actually the same as they currently are in the specific plan. It's just that now when we go to look up, well, what is the land use designation for this lot? Instead of looking at the specific plan, we will look at the general plan. And as we described, they reflect the, most of those parcels are already developed and they have existing land uses on them. So the land use designation reflects the existing development on those parcels.
So technical, Ned.
Sorry, I was trying to make it simple, but I didn't. Yeah.
All right. So let me ask it this way. So what kind of zoning map changes will it be?
So for the so we talked about the 2 different maps. So for what I just described was, of course, general plan land use designation. For the zoning map, none of the zoning, let me put it this way, the zoning does not change for any of the parcels except for the 2 parcels at the south end of Main Street, which is the South Bay Tech Center site and the Rotten Robbie site. And currently, just by way of background, you'll see on that map, if we could look at it again, I believe it's slide. Yeah, it's the slide that says proposed zoning map changes. So currently the South Bay Tech Center site is zone C2, general commercial. And then just the corner lot is zoned MP, which is industrial park. I'll start with the odd one, which is the one parcel that is industrial park. That's really a historical remnant from years ago when the entire area was zoned as MP industrial park. So it's really an odd designation for that parcel. And we're also aware that for a number of years now, I've been speaking with the property owner of the South Bay Tech Center site, and they are interested in redeveloping that site. And so to accommodate the possible redevelopment, we are proposing that it would go to the new designation, or the new zoning here, that's MXD, which mixed use. That would allow some limited housing on that site. And so this was not mentioned in our presentation, but that is also consistent with the city's housing element, which we anticipated that we would be bringing these changes to the council. And so we built that into the housing element. It does not mean that this entire site would be a housing site, but we would retain some commercial, but it does give them the option, if they wanted to go vertical, they could possibly do some housing units on the site, which is not allowed. And I'll go one step. One other thing I'll say is we did feel that that was more consistent with the surrounding uses, because you have right next door to the west, the existing Pines neighborhood, which is a lower density residential development. And so we felt that as that site redeveloped, it would be more consistent to have mixed use at a moderate to a compatible density range, rather than the types of uses that are allowed under the C2 zoning. Hopefully that will explain some of the rationale behind why we're proposing those changes.
So you're proposing the changes to cater for development, or is just because they should be rightfully on the metro area? So if you're looking at So where they are, so they belong to the general plan currently. Well, regards to uses and whatnot.
Yeah, could we go back 2 slides? So this is zoning, and then let's go back to the general plan and we'll look at that, because the general plan is a little more interesting. That maybe if we look at that slide again, it will be more
It's
helpful.
currently is purely C2 or industrial.
Well, that's for the zoning. Yeah, exactly. That's for the zoning. But here we're looking at the general plan. And this is kind of interesting because if you look on the left, you'll see, again, the general plan shows both specific plans. Now, this is just showing this part of the specific, not the entire specific plan area. But as you can see on the left, currently, all of the parcels that we're talking about are purple. So they're all currently under the general plan. The land use designation is, it's MGSP, which is Milpitas Gateway Specific Plan, MGSP. And then you can see on the left side, you can see that kind of beige color. It says metro area. So that's those are the previous boundaries of the metro plan and the gateway specific plan. And they are shown in the general plan because it was adopted back in 2021 before the metro plan was adopted. But now that the metro plan has been adopted, now you can look over at the right side at the proposed, you can see those areas that are bordered in red, and they are now labeled metro. So if you compare that left to right, you can see that whereas currently they are shown as part of the gateway specific plan or the Midtown plan, but now we're saying that those just those parcels that are bounded in red, those will be those have already been moved into the metro area. They're covered by the metro specific plan. So that's why I call it a boundary change, kind of a housekeeping item, because those are currently part of the metro plan. They need to be shown as part of the metro plan on the general plan map. And in the current general plan map, as shown on the left, they're part of the gateway plan. So the other ones, then you've got brown for very high density residential. There's that red triangle for general neighborhood commercial, couple of green POSs, parks and open space, and then you've got the purple NCMU. So all of those are consistent with what the land uses are now. So wherever you see the brown, very high density residential, like up at the top, that's Apex and Alara apartments, and those are very high density residential developments. So what in assigning a standard general plan land use designation, we looked at, well, what's the land use that's there now? What's consistent? And so that's why we applied that land use designation. Same for the red GNC. There's a shopping center there. That's a neighborhood commercial. And then the green parks and open space, that's a trail. And then there's a little slice of open space on the west side of Able Street. So, and then, but you get down to the one that's interesting is the purple one. So again, we're back to the South Bay Tech Center site and the Rotten Robbie. And we said, okay, well, knowing that the owner of that site is interested in future redevelopment site, what would be an appropriate land use designation so that whatever development goes on, future development goes on that site is compatible with the Pines neighborhood to the west. And the best land use designation under the general plan for that site is NCMU. And then we taking that to the next level, then we would look at the zoning map and we said, okay, well, under the if you give that parcel an NCMU land use designation in the general plan, what is the appropriate zoning? And the appropriate zoning for that parcel then is MXD, mixed use. And then that sets it up. It can stay what it is because the NCMU and the mixed use allows what is currently there, which is an office park. Or if they want to redevelop it, then it opens up the opportunity. It's really about creating opportunity on that site for possible future redevelopment.
But it seems that we're pulling it to the right side of incorporated in the metro plan to a very high density residential.
Well, only the parcels that are shown, that are labeled here as Metro, are the only ones that were included in the Metro Plan boundaries. The reason that we didn't include the other ones is that they are already developed, and so there really isn't a potential for future redevelopment of those parcels consistent with the Metro Plan. So we carved out the parcels that are available for redevelopment under the Metro Plan. But to be clear, that South Bay Tech Center parcel is not going to be part of the Metro Plan. It will just, as you can see here, the brown, the purple, the red, the green, those are standard general plan land use designations, just like any other parcel within the city that is not under a specific plan. And the reason they're doing that here is then we look at, well, what are we doing with the update of the Midtown Plan, which is the Gateway Plan. And this area, based on council direction a few years ago, this area is not going to be included as part of the Midtown Plan or its update, which is the Gateway Plan. So it's not part of the Metro Plan and it's not part of the Gateway Plan. So it has to be given a general plan land use designation appropriate to the type of development that's either there or contemplated on the site. And that's what you see here as the proposed land use designations.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ned. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Anyone else? I'd like to say a few comments. If you could put that map back on, please. So I just want to commend the staff for and the applicant for changing this to a NCMU neighborhood commercial mixed use, but well, that's what it's changed to. That's the proposal, right? And the reason being is that right now you have a lot of empty buildings because I live in that neighborhood, well, close by. And it makes sense to have commercial mixed use in that area, especially because of the growing population in Milpitas. So I think this is a really good plan. If no one else has anything else to say, I will make a motion to approve.
Mayor, before you make your motion, I believe I need to read aloud the title of the ordinance so your motion can include.
Okay, great. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So one of the things you'll be voting on is an ordinance for the change of zoning for those two parcels. The title of that ordinance is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending the zoning map of the City of Milpitas in accordance with the provisions of Section 3.03 of Chapter 10 of Title 11 Zoning Ordinance of the Milpitas Municipal Code to change the zoning designation of two parcels on South Main Street between the Great Mall Parkway and Montague Expressway, APNs 083-40-044, 083-40-045 for consistency with the new boundaries of the Milpitas Metro Plan, the Milpitas Metro Specific Plan, and proposed boundaries of the draft Gateway Main Street Specific Plan for consistency with new general land use designation for the subject parcels.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, City Attorney. And it was motioned by myself and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. And now we will take the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
So the city manager, the city attorney just asked me if I lived within 1,000 feet of the parcel, and I said no. Live like 3,000 feet. So okay. All right. All right. So moving along, that has passed, and now we are on item 17.
Mayor, if you'll indulge me, I'll introduce item 17. The item is to adopt a resolution to appoint Ashwini Kantak as acting city manager effective upon adoption and continuing until a permanent appointment is made. The staff contact is Nick Raish from Human Resources.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Mutulapasi. And we have Vice Mayor Chu.
I just want to reach out to City Attorney. Is there I find an issue when you say continuing until a permanent. Isn't that because the council can appoint an interim as well. So permanent is really not the right word for that one. Is there any suggestion? City Attorney?
Yes, Vice Mayor, thank you for your question. Although that's the title of the item on the agenda, the resolution just allows appointment of Ms. Kantak until the council takes further action. There's no requirement that the council make a permanent appointment.
But you're saying here permanent appointment.
Yes, so that's the title that was written on the agenda. However, the resolution would allow the council to exercise its discretion to appoint an interim or different acting city manager.
Okay, as long as that's clear. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there any other comments? I think I have a comment or a question, actually. It says here there's 10%. Is that standard procedure? City Attorney?
So the 10% is a recommendation for incentive pay. There's no city policy that would dictate 10% for unrepresented employees. The city's general practice in the past has been to look towards the MidCon MOU. The MidCon MOU would allow for an out-of-class employee to, depending on how the out-of-class employee was acting, to make between 10 and 15% of the employee's base salary, or in the alternative, to make the lowest step of the position that they were assuming.
Okay, so it's just standard procedure. Maybe when we go over the handbook, we could go over that policy for future reference. So thank you. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Right. So I've heard it's standard. There's no city policy, but we may have a basis. So I remember in the past we had interim city managers. You know, one is that time was chief of police, and then we do have a staff. So how did we do it then? Is it the same? Did we?
City Attorney?
So I can't speak to that with exact clarity. I know that the interim city manager that was also the chief of police was a retired annuitant, so they didn't have a current position. They came on with an entirely separate employment contract that was approved by the council at the time.
All right. Okay, so with regards to no, it's just a quizzing. So with regards to the 10% on top of Ms. Kantak's salary, how would that be compared to the salary of a city manager? Did it level it off?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. I would defer to Mr. Rish, who might be able to help us out with those numbers.
Right. My point is, I just want to have a basis of the 10%. You know, you have to at least inform us. 10% is based from history. 10% is based from thin air or something that we can rely on in voting on this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Nick Raish, Human Resources Director. 10% is the standard applied to unrepresented management when they take on a higher classification and all of the roles, duties, and responsibilities. In this particular situation, the prior city manager had an annual salary of roughly $334,000 per year, even with an acting assignment for assistant city manager contact from her current salary of 281, she would only be at 309. So that's still $25,000 less than we were compensating the prior city manager, not to mention the vacancy savings of having the city manager continue to be vacant while we are actively continuing our search for our next executive.
All right, so you're saying that the 10% is something standard in the industry?
Yeah, standard internally
Yes.
as far as how we've done other unrepresented management assignments that are similar. And then if you look at other comparable organizations who have taken similar action where they use an existing city employee and upgrade them, this is very consistent with those actions.
All right, because my thought was, somebody acts on a position, then at least she gets a salary. Why are we getting a discount? No, on the other side of the argument, right? All I want to see is a basis. If that's the basis of the 10% standard, you had compared it, had happened in the past, then maybe that's.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Is there any other discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none. Vice Mayor.
All right, just clarification question for Nick. This adjustment of 10%, is that only true during the duration of acting? And it goes back to the original compensation?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Yes, that is correct. This is a temporary acting pay only for the duration that the assistant city manager is appointed as the acting city manager. It's also not pensionable, so it doesn't have an additional roll-up cost to the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think it's time for public. No, or did this public comment? That's, I guess it's time to vote.
Mayor, we did not take public comment.
Oh, we didn't. Okay, let's take public comment.
Voltaire Montemer. I'm over here and I could tell he's working diligently already. And the AST period will become acting then. It's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Anyone else in the audience that'd like to speak on this item? If not, is there anyone on Zoom?
I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, now we can go to, we already did. If you want any more council discussion, we can do it now. Okay, Councilmember Fan, hold on a minute.
Yeah. The first time I really saw this item was when we got a preliminary council agenda. I think decisions like this, historically, we would have like it wouldn't be the first, it shouldn't be the first time that council sees it on the agenda with big decisions like this. Now I'm not saying that, I'm not going to support it. But I think that transparency is really important for the council. I think process is really important. And so, that's one thing that makes me uncomfortable, because I think that, that's a conversation in terms of that that incentive or raise, it's essentially a raise. That's something to be discussed in closed session. That's usually something. It's a contract issue and it's a labor issue, and it doesn't follow previous standards, and we gotta make sure that we go by the book on the process, because the last thing what we would want is for the public to come out and say this was kind of jammed down our throats, because I haven't had any conversations about this item. I think if I had, I'd be very open to it. But the fact that it's being voted on and discussed kind of like for the first time, it kind of makes it feel like we have no choice here. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Any other comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Lin.
To satisfy Councilmember Fan, would this be possible to have it in closed session so that he can ask questions or discuss further on this?
Question for City Attorney.
Certainly the appointment of acting city manager can be discussed in closed session. Salary considerations will ultimately need to be discussed in open session. Sorry, to repeat, the appointment of a executive like a acting city manager can be discussed in closed session. Salary considerations will ultimately need to be discussed in open session.
It could be done both. Vice Mayor Chua. Oh, I will ask Councilmember Lin, are you done? Okay, Councilmember Chua. Vice Mayor.
I'm kind of agreeing with Councilmember Fan to discuss this in closed session before we make a decision. I think both the assignment and the compensation, and I know compensation has to be broadcast after the closed session. That's where I'm thinking right now. I don't know what the rest of the council are thinking as well.
Any other thoughts from my colleagues? I would like to hear from all of you. So we have comment from Councilmember Fan. I'd like to hear from Councilmember, we've got one from Councilmember Lin, also from Vice Mayor Chua. So I'd like to hear from Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. With the divided opinion that I'm hearing, you will get no from my vote. It's late. I said with the divided opinion that I'm hearing from all of you, my vote will be no. It has to be a consensus. Whether you put it back to a closed session, we discuss it somewhere else. If I don't feel that we don't have a concession and you can justify it, my vote is no. No, I will not approve it. If you put it on the voting, I will say no. No. Okay, if you don't give a choice, if we don't have a suggestion as to choice with regards to the divisiveness of opinion of the council, and we present it as it is, I will vote no. But if you have an alternative for me, I'll go with.
Thank you. I also agree. I think we need to have someone there. So I think for my one vote, I would like to just move forward. As it was mentioned, we could do it closed session and open session. For me, I would like to move forward with this and just vote now. So I would like to call for the vote.
So,
City Attorney?
sorry, there are two issues that would need to be resolved. We would need a motion and a second on the floor before we can call for the vote. The other issue is if the council does not want to adopt this resolution today, it's certainly the council's prerogative not to adopt the resolution. However, as of this week, the city manager's position is vacant. So we would need some direction from the council, even if it doesn't want to adopt this particular resolution, as to who should serve in the acting or interim city manager role for the duration until the council would further consider either this resolution or a different resolution.
And well, with that, I would like to make a motion to move forward with adopting the resolution and with the 10%. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lin. And let's call for the vote. Councilmember Barbadillo.
No.
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 Myself is an aye, so it is 3-2. So with that, what is, oh, I'm sorry, I got Vice Mayor, Councilmember Lin.
Yes.
It's 3-2.
So that motion fails.
So what's the next action?
What we would need is for the council to make some sort of motion as to who to appoint into the city manager, either acting or interim, for the period until staff can bring this back to a closed session as directed by the council.
Okay, with that, are you talking about a subcommittee?
No, so what we need is someone to be the acting city manager for the time between now and the next meeting. We can bring it back to closed session.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I recommend we have the acting city manager, Shweta Contact.
So that can be a motion, and we would.
I would probably need a second for that. Seconded by Councilmember Lan. And let's take the vote. Oh, I don't know why it's not working. Okay, here we go. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Right. So just to be clear, the motion is to continue the present assistant city manager to act as an interim.
Right. So at this point, previously there was the city manager position was filled. The city manager was on leave, and the assistant city manager would fill the acting city manager's position in his absence. At this point, there's no city manager in that role, so we need to have somebody in that role. That doesn't need to be the resolution that was presented before you today, and it doesn't need to be for any particular duration. The council can take any further action on this item at the next meeting.
All right, and that satisfies the municipal code that we appoint a city manager. All right, so One is through that resolution and the other one is through this motion.
So the resolution was already heard on a motion and it was not passed. That motion is dead. Nobody's made a motion to reconsider that. So the new motion on the table is for a temporary appointment that would not involve any additional pay at this juncture. And then staff can, at the direction of council, bring back discussion of other incentives in closed session if that's the direction of council.
All right. Okay, before I vote, see, that's what I mean, right? You present us with something that you believe, oh, we don't have a choice. But when that fails, here comes the choice. So with that, my vote is yes.
Thank you for that.
Okay, I just want to make clear that this is a temporary assignment until we go into a closed session and make the appointment with a resolution. Is that correct, City Attorney?
So my understanding is that this would be an appointment until the council takes further action. If the council directs staff to bring it back in closed session, staff will absolutely do that. At that point, it'll be up to the council whether it wants to
Right.
take action or not take action.
So with that, with that amendment for us to bring back, or what did you say? To bring back to,
To consider incentives in closed session.
and then make a acting appointment, city manager. That's what I meant. Okay, I agree. Yes.
Yeah, and I think that also includes the salary, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, next.
I need clarification on that salary aspect.
City Attorney.
So the motion on the floor right now would be to appoint Ms. Kantok as acting city manager with no additional incentives. And then the direction that I'm hearing from the council is that the council would like to consider additional incentives in a future meeting in a closed session.
Okay, aye.
Thank you. And Councilmember
Aye.
Lynn. Thank you. And I am an aye. Did I forget anybody? Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Okay, and well, now it's time for agenda items. Any announcements for any future agenda items?
Mayor, we pulled 2 items from the consent calendar.
What? Oh, we got another one. Okay. Okay. That's right. C5 and C6. These are going really fast. Okay, so Councilmember Chua, you pulled C5, C6. Go ahead. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. On C6, I just want to, like I said previously, there's a leftover 100,000 on this ARPA allocation. I would like to put that to the projects that the council already decided and have a list on to fund. That's what I would like to do. And did you?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I pulled C5.
Mayor, before you move on, is there a motion to approve C6 with the
For C6?
with the direction from Vice Mayor Chua?
Okay, do you want a motion?
So moved.
So, and it is seconded by Councilmember Fan. So let's take the vote.
I just want to clarify that because I'm seeing C6 as 30,000 funding to to adult ed. Is that correct? And then you're mentioning.
Can you repeat
So
that again? Sorry.
C6 is to use the ARPA fund to fund Milpitas Unified School District adult education for 30,000. But then when you were making the motion, you said something about 100,000. There's
Vice Mayor Chua.
When I read this, there's a leftover 100,000 from this 300,000. So staff, correct me if I'm wrong, and I would like to put that on projects that were identified by the city council.
So
Yes.
I'd like to,
this is where I would.
yeah, so am I, because if we can have acting city manager speak on this, because I thought
Sure.
that was, can you clarify that?
Yes, so the action before you today, council, is to just approve the 30,000 for the Adult Education Career Training Center. There is a remainder of $100,000 from the total 300,000 that was allocated for the workforce development program. In the agenda report, we've said we will come back to you with recommendations related to this. I think what I'm hearing the vice mayor saying is, don't come back with those recommendations for this, but take that 100,000 and maybe come back with an overall discussion of ARPA and, things that the council wanted to fund. So this actual recommendation, there's no change to it. It's additional direction.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. I was confused because this was asking to make that motion to approve the 30,000. You didn't say it that way. You went on about using the $100,000 for something else, for the leftover. So I'm good with this because I feel that Milpitas Unified School District adult education helps a lot of people, especially the newcomers. I've been there before, and they would need all the help that they can get from the city and from the school districts. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. Vice Mayor, did you have anything to add? Okay. So are you clear on that? Okay.
We need the vote now, Mayor.
Okay, we don't need to make a motion for that. Okay.
Then we have to make.
There's a motion on the floor, so we need a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call. Let's have.
Aye.
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 And I am an aye. Thank you. Passes. Now, I had pulled item C5 because I had a question on the grants that this is, let me read. This is to accept the report for Key 2022, approve state laws impacting municipal operations and an update on a 2023 state and federal earmark request. And so I had requested for funding for the Main Street lighting. And I was just wondering, not all the legislatures were asked. United States Representative Ro Khanna approved he was one of the ones that we reached out to, and Alex Lee, State Assembly member Alex Lee, and State Senator Aisha Wahab. But I was just curious why we didn't reach out to Senator Dianne Feinstein and Senator Alex Padilla for those Main Street lighting project.
Thank you, Mayor Matt Kano, Deputy City Manager. Each senator and Representative Ro Khanna and then the state legislatures had their own process for submitting requests. After discussions with internal discussions, working with our legislative consultants as well, and looking at projects that could possibly be funded by the senators' offices, specifically Dianne Feinstein and Alex Padilla. We determined that the two projects, because of the way their processes and their application process was written, the two most viable projects for that were the Milpitas Urban Search and Rescue and Milpitas Public Safety Microgrid. So that's why we ended up applying for those projects from the United States senators. In talking to Representative Ro Khanna's office, there's a lot of traction in those discussions. A lot of that is because of the mayor and city council talking a lot about Main Street. With their office, there's a lot of excitement about them possibly pushing forward a Main Street project. And so we submitted Main Street along with a few others to Representative Ro Khanna's office, and they chose Main Street as a project to push forward. And so they are pushing that project forward. They have submitted a request to the Federal Appropriations Committee for that project. We're still waiting on the results of that. Additionally, and that's for full funding for that lighting project. Additionally, Assembly Member Alex Lee's office has also submitted a request for full funding for the Main Street project through the state's process. The state's process right now is a little bit more informal than the federal government's process because of the state budget deficit. So right now we have two avenues to hopefully get funding for Main Street. The state process with Alex Lee's office and the federal process with Ro Khanna's office. And so we're continuing to check in with them, and I will be checking them with them in the next week or so to see what the status of that is.
Okay, great. Thank you. As I went to the National Conference of Mayors, and right now, as you know, the federal government has the infrastructure fund, and there's a deadline, but there's a lot of money out there for infrastructure projects for all the cities in the United States, even for fiber optics. And I know that the city of Long Beach, they're doing fiber optics. I mean, they were able to get some of that funding, and they said they can do it really cost effective by doing scraping instead of digging out the whole street, doing a trench. They can do a scraping, and it's a lot cheaper. So we might want to look into that as well. Okay, well, thank you so much. That's what I wanted to
thank you.
Check into that. I'm glad it's still being thought out. And so I'd like to take a vote on that. I may have a motion to approve it. Let's have.
Second.
It's
Aye.
Aye.
aye. And myself is an aye. Thank you very much. Passed unanimously. Did I miss Gary, or did I do you, Gary? It's getting late. Thank you. All right. Next, we'll move on to our announcements and future agenda items. Acting City Manager Kantak.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no announcement.
Okay, none. And does any council member have anything to add?
I just wanted to recognize that June is Pride Month, and I want to make sure that our employees, our constituents know that you're welcome here. You have a place here, no matter who you love.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And Councilmember Vice Mayor Chua was able to go to the gay pride event that we had this last Saturday, and you gave them do you want to speak on that?
Yes, we had a proclamation for the LGBTQ. Actually, it's for the Pride Month, and I was waiting on Councilmember Fan to do the proclamation with me. Fortunately or unfortunately, the baby takes precedence, so I did it by myself. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. We waited for you, by the way. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, and with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.